So Devin, can you hear me okay? Okay.
I need to put a phone pocket in my regalia. You know, it's
No,
just like
a
it's
medicine
gonna fall
bag.
out when I'm a bigger medicine bag to hold my.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. There we go. Much better, much better. Welcome to the traditional territory of the Shipshan people. My name is Robert Pictou, and I will be your MC for the day. First thing I'd like to do is a little safety stuff. We're just doing this because there is quite a bit of us here, and we want to make sure everyone gets home nice and safe. If you don't know about it, the bathrooms are through the back wall there. You see the exit door, and they're on my left-hand side. In the event of something that may happen and we have to get out of the building, I ask that the people sitting on this side here exit through the door that's right behind you, just before the stairwell, and you guys can meet over at the ball field. The people on this side, we ask that you exit through these both side doors and you meet over by the buildings over here. That's just in case something happens. We know nothing's going to happen because we're going to have a great day today. What's also happening today is that today, I don't know if you know it, a small First Nations school on a reserve has a goal of fundraising $2 million to rebuild their 12 through K school and language and culture programs. Join us in this extraordinary event to make a difference for generations to come. The school I'm talking about is the Aksa Gyilak'yoo. Did I get that right? Okay, I'm working on my Somaliak. And today also is National Aboriginal Day. In addition to National Aboriginal Day, it's the 20th anniversary of National Aboriginal Day. Come on, let's put our hands together for that. And so we want to start this thing off correctly. So where did she run off to? I'm looking for Arlene Roberts. She's our matriarch, and she's going to open this thing up correctly. Put your hands together for Arlene. Come on.
Towards Lake Elk is Gyilak'yoo. Right towards the Nass, where the lava beds start. Anybody know where the lava beds are? Oh, okay, awesome. Right where they start is where Gyilak'yoo and the Nass are neighbors. And so then, and right here, where we're at, the whole terrace area is the wolf territory. Any wolves in here? Just know that how awesome it is to have this day. Aboriginal Day is 20 years old. We've been doing this for 20 years, way I'm going to turn the microphone over to Sharon, and Sharon's wolf. So remember, this is wolf territory, right? So, so you guys howl for Sharon. You guys are awesome. Give yourselves a hand, yeah.
You didn't say they want me to say it.
Okie doke, here's Sharon.
Good morning, everybody. Lucky Boo, Kitsim and with me is my nephew, Sam Gyilak'yoo, who is here on behalf of Lucky Boo as well. We are honored to be here, and we welcome each and every one of you, the schools, the communities, our neighboring communities, we welcome you. And we especially welcome the Gyilak'yoo dance group. It's so awesome. We really look forward to the performances today and this evening. And our Soup dance group, and I know I didn't get the word out to our members, but I'm so happy to see some of our members here too. We're going to perform a blanket dance to help with the dance group and their expenses. So stick around and enjoy. I know you're going to enjoy it. I can't wait to hear the dance group. So enjoy your day and welcome. Happy Aboriginal Day.
Thank you. And thank you so much for that. I just want to do a quick note here. If you haven't noticed, we have some blue chairs here. And those blue chairs are set aside. There are reserved seating for matriarchs, elders, artists, band council, Kids and Calum staff, school staff, dignitaries like an MLA, Robin, mayor, city council, other band members, and chiefs and council, also people with disabilities. So if you feel kind of cramped, I see some elders back here. That's what these seats are for. We set them aside, and they are one of the best seats that you're going to get. So come on, get up, move on over, come on. You know, Robin, it'd be a good leader thing to kind of like step up and kind of get the ball rolling here. I'm not kind of pick on you. Come on, put your hands together for her. See, look, if Robin can do it, other people can do it. So, you know, please come forward, sit down. That's what they're for, because we want you to be comfortable. We want you to be comfortable for this, because it's going to be a great day. Now I'm going to turn the microphone over to Colleen Austin, because she's going to give us the blessing for today.
Thank you.
Colleen Austin Gyilak'yoo. I'm the principal of the Aksa Gyilak'yoo School, and right here in Kids and Calum. So grateful to see each and every one of you here today. We have students from Upland School. We have students from Thornhill Elementary. Cheer yourselves. We have students from Similax. We have students from Northwest Community College. We have students from the University of Northern British Columbia. And all of those who are educating you. Thank you very much for bringing the students with you today. Thank you. I'm going to call upon my niece, Mahi, to join me. We are members of Wasnies Haiwas, Gyilak'yoo, so our house is in Kitsilas. But we both work here in Kids and Calum, and Mahi actually lives here too. So we are honored for our sister community, Kids and Calum, to be here, or sorry, Kitsilas to be here as well. We are honored, deeply honored, and I see that we have guests from the Haisla community as well. Thank you ever so much for being here. We really appreciate it. We know you have family members dancing today, so that's very exciting. We have a full program, so we're going to get going, but we're going to, first of all, do a blessing for our day. It's called Gyilak'yoo, and I'd like you to join me, please. If you could all stand and bow your heads. We semuagaram sedolakaga. Wadoya manduka. Willigio, Minimlitum Adam Amak Dinka, Attack me at the Kulasa, Nishwan. Amen. Enjoy your day. Toyaksik
So it's my privilege to actually introduce you to Gyilak'yoo's dance troupe, and I want to give you a little background on them. Mike Delangeli is Nisga'a, Tlingit, Sissoot, and Tsimshian nations. He grew up in the people's traditional territory in the southeast Alaska and northern British Columbia. Mike is a renowned artist and carver. His work is collected and exhibited throughout North America and Europe. He is a singer, songwriter, and dancer. In partnership with his wife, Gyilak'yoo, Mike leads the Gyilak'yoo Dancers, an internationally renowned First Nations dance troupe based in Vancouver, BC. He has carved over 50 of the masks performed by their group. And I'd like to introduce his wife, his partner in life, and that's Gyilak'yoo. Gyilak'yoo. There's a reason why I'm single. I keep getting names wrong. Gyilak'yoo was born and raised on the only Indian reserve in the state of Alaska. She is Tsimshian Nation from Metkatla Indian community. She has a PhD in art history from UBC. She specializes in Northwest Coast First Nations art history. Gyilak'yoo served her community for 8 years as their museum director. She is a curator, author, dancer, choreographer, and co-leader of the Gyilak'yoo Dancers. She has choreographed a large body of the dances that are newly composed songs among her nations, as well as created new dances for ancient songs whose dance have been lost through their cultural oppression. Put your hands together for the Gyilak'yoo Dancers.
Gabawuksin, Gabawaltik, Ada Hatni Nagetum Gatsup, Kitsum Kalam. We Amabus Kitsum Kalam. Sim Slotum Nusum Ada Tau Shawat Dawayu. Matlakatla, Alaska de Watwatku. Lexgigum Gispa Floats di Batesku. Oexisum Hatni Snusum, Ada Insipatut Nusum. And Oexisum, Kitsum Kalam, Wilex. In some Alga, I've addressed our chiefs, our matriarchs, our children of rank, all of the children here today, all of the people that have gathered here in the beautiful village of Kitsum Kalam. We love Kitsum Kalam. This is for our family, it's our second home. And we are very proud today to come and share our songs and dances with you. Before we introduce our dance group, and I should say I also shared my Tsimshian name is Simthlotum Nusum. My everyday name is Dr. Gyilak'yoo D'Angeli. And before we introduce our dance group, we have gifts. We want to thank the speakers today. If I can have Sharon come up, and Arlene and Colleen. So coming from Alaska on the ferry yesterday, I had to bring to Gyilak'yoo what our people love the most that is not from here, but our pilot bread, our hardtack, our biscuit of Boston to gift to our hosts today. And they don't have to share either.
Thank you.
Do you know what this is, Colleen? Okay. If Colleen didn't know what it is, I was going to give her something else. So now I'm going to turn over the microphone to our son, Gyilak'yoo. He'll introduce himself as well as my husband, Aksa at a Tiefling. They really need to turn up that microphone. Can you run up, or I'll run up?
I'd like to honor all the matriarchs and the chiefs, all the children and everyone gathered here today. My Sipshan name is Gyilak'yoo. My Niskat name is Gyilak'yoo. My everyday name is Nick D'Angelo. I'm of the Raven clan, and I live in Vancouver, and I'm from Omak, Washington. That last song you heard us singing is gifted to me by my late great-grandmother, Aksa, Louise Martin D'Angelo. She, just over a year ago now, she gifted that to me for a dance group. And I'd like to give the microphone now to my Niguat.
Amagun flag, good morning. Can we give Nick a round of applause, please? Simdigat, Sigamana, Kubububson, Katsamil, Adateeth Klein, Adamike D'Angelo Dowayu, Gingola Tawatku, Simil, Tibadeko, Vancouver, Ewells Uggan. Doexism. It's so beautiful to be here, to be home in Gyilak'yoo. I raise our hands to my father's people. Thank you for welcoming us and saying welcome home. It feels good to be here. Thank you all for being here. The song that we're singing right now is another song that connects us, our family, to our Tlingit side in southeast Alaska. We use this song to metaphorically back our canoes in so that we can show that we are coming in a kind and gentle way. That our words, we hope, land on you gently. That our songs and dances lift you up. We are the Gyilak'yoo dancers, people of the Copper Shield. We are made up of Nishka, Tsimshian, Giksan, Haida, Haisla, Tautan, Tlingit, and Musqueam nations. Most of the songs are part of our family's wealth or have been composed by my wife and I. It's a mixture of the old and the new, honoring our rich, complex history, but also honoring the richness and complexities of who we are as 21st century Indigenous people. We are known as a Noch dance group. And the Noch, as you know, are personified through our milk, our masks. So we're known as a mask dancing group in Vancouver, and it's so good to be home in the north. We've been working at coming home for a long time, and it means so much to our dance group. We actually have close to 30 members, but we have about 10 of us here today that could travel up and make it this time. We look forward to being able to come back again. The first song of our mask dances that we'll be sharing is a song that we received in trade through our Squamish relatives, our dear friend and my wek, Sa'aplak, Bob Baker of the Squamish people. This song is called Anacha'in in their language. In Somalian, it's Atampti. And in English, it's the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird is a powerful being amongst their people. This being calls everybody's attention in the hall to pay attention, to witness, to act as a witness, to listen to everything that's being said, to witness, to watch everything that's being said, to feel it, and then eventually go to share it. So we're asking you to do this. This song, we also challenge people's ideas and decolonizing ourselves on what is tradition. Gyilak'yoo has given us every color in the rainbow, and we have names for every one of those colors in that rainbow. So that, I argue, is traditional. This regalia that Simplodum Newsom, my wife, will be wearing is a painted Thunderbird using many different colors that people always say, oh, that's not traditional. But I argue, Gyilak'yoo has given us all these colors, so they are traditional. This is Satampti Anacha'in, the Thunderbird. Fifth generation. The drummer next to me, that big tall guy, is my son, Nick. He is the sixth generation to sing this song. What we're saying in this song is we're happy to be here to feast, to celebrate, to live our culture. This song was translated into the two dialects of Somalia in Niska and Simshan, and my late grandmother Basak presented and willed all of our family songs to me as the sole owner and protector. And so I raised my hands to my late grandmother Basak and my mother Bahlita Arlene Roberts for teaching these songs as a young boy growing up and training me to be able to have that responsibility of all of our family songs. This next song that we're going to share is another song that was composed by Basak. This song, I was about 3 or 4 years old, and I was taught to dance the Amhalite, the headdress, to honor our Simgigat and Sigamhanaks, our chiefs, our matriarchs, our most relied upon people in the village. Even though this is home for me, we still feel it's proper to be able to dance this to honor our leaders, to dance and honor our young ones for being here, to honor Kitsum Kalem, but also these beautiful people up here. And Colleen stepped out. I'm going to be calling on you lots, lady. Better stay close. Can't sneak off. Just teasing. It's important for us to do this. Again, we hope, as I said earlier, just like the down, as the down is a gift from Wiam Ligilaha, this is the closest that we get to heaven in this human form. We hope that our words and our songs and our actions land as lightly as this eagle down lands on all of you. And if it lands on you, please take it as a blessing. At the end of our performance and you see some down, please feel free to take it. It's our gift to all of you for sharing this moment in time. This is our headdress dance. As Robert was saying in our introductions, I call our home in Vancouver, and I make my living there as an artist and carver. I've had the awesome privilege to travel with my wife and our son and our dance group all over the world, acting as an ambassador of our people. This next song was composed by Hatyela Christine Martin to commemorate my first totem pole raising in Vancouver. I have just started my 21st totem pole last weekend, so I'm excited thank you. As I was saying, it's so awesome to be able to travel all over the place, but it means so much to be home amongst our own people and see so many beautiful brown faces. Thank you guys for being here. Give yourselves one more round of applause. This is our Eagle song. This next song honors one of my favorite cultural heroes, Tamsin. I love Tamsin stories. Tamsin represents the very best of us, the very worst of us. Tamsin is human personified. Tamsin is a transformer, a shapeshifter, a trickster. To our relatives over the mountain, he goes by Coyote. To us on the West Coast, his favorite form is that of the raven. So we're about to be visited by a Tla'imsim spirit, a trickster spirit, raven, and all of his beautiful shapes, forms, and colors. And those of you out there should know, Tamsin loves to tease us. So you've all been warned. If you lost something, please come forward to grab it. My mother's only seen us dance 1,000,000 times. Make sure you come to grab your stuff. We still got one bag here. Whose bag? Oh, we're missing a hat. Oh, she didn't even notice she lost her bag. That tricky raven. Okay, you can put your hats back on. Nobody's going to take it anymore. If you lost something, please raise your hands. Raise your hands if you lost something. Don't be shy. For us, when something from the supernatural world comes and touches us in the mortal realm, that is a huge blessing, so please take it as one. For us, we're taught to have balance of walking in the light. Oh, okay. My boss is telling me what to do, so.
Easy thinks I'm that short. So, as my Naks was saying, it's very important for us when we bring out our Nok Nok. Our Nok Nok is about balance and that power. All of you just felt that power of our Nok Nok. So many of our old Adao talk about how funny, how goofy some of our Nok Nok dances are. that they would make people laugh. Some of them were so beautiful they'd make people cry, and some of them scared the heck out of people. So to bring that balance, everybody's energy is way up and it's so beautiful. Not that we're going to bring you way down, but it's a good place to be in to meet this next Nakno, which in our language is referred to as Bao, the cannibal giant. How many of you have heard of Bao before? Bao, awesome. That's a beautiful for us to be in Tsimshian territory, because we know that many of you probably already heard of Bao before. So Bao was a cannibal giant that took out many of our villages. And in our Dao, it talks about how our people worked together to rid the world of Bao. He was eating people whole, and the few survivors of the village would run to the next village and try to tell them before they were next. And the few survivors banded together and they dug a great big pit to rid the world of this cannibal giant. And I'm going to leave you there, and I'll bring you back to the Adao about him after you meet him. It'll make more sense. Bye-bye. Scary. So when our people worked together to rid the world of Bao, and they dug that great big pit, they put a fire in the bottom and they covered it up, and it was just smoldering so that it'd be nice and hot when he fell into it. And he burned, and just like how wood rises up, you see ashes rise up in the smoke, it's lifted up by the smoke. His remains were lifted up, and instead of falling to the ground, they sprouted wings, and thousands of them flew away. And there's still all these little miniature Bao. They are still hungry for our blood. They have that long nose. They like to poke into us. Does anybody know what animal I'm talking about? Does anyone know how to say it in some Albion? Yeah. So those little tiny mosquitoes came from Bao, that big cannibal giant. And that's our Adao about Bao.
Thank you, darling. How you guys feel? You want to change that energy a little bit more? Yeah, pretty scary stuff, eh? For us, like we were saying, my wife was saying, it's important for have that balance of both the light and the dark. And we thought it would be good to bring that energy and to switch it so that we can get up and change that energy by getting you guys up and dancing. I've asked Colleen to come forward and explain what this next song is about.
I'd like to announce that we have a benefit box which has been lent to us for what we call a blanket dance. This box belongs to Samoyed Aksa, Larry Derrick Miska, and he's unable to be with us today because he's out fishing but he's lent us his beautiful bentwood box, which he holds his Samoyed regalia in. So it's a sacred box. What we're going to do now is we are going to enjoy and witness the Gyilak'yoo dancers making an offering for you to come up and to dance in your crusts with your clans, and to, if you have any offerings for this event, they can go into the box at this time. We're also going to enjoy this being done this afternoon as well, and then again tonight at our year-end school gala and graduation. So we're very fortunate and very blessed to have this box with us today. And the treasures that you will put into it today will be used to help the school to continue with our language and culture programming, with our Somalia, and with the availability of the Gyilak'yoo dancers to maybe come up again and be with us. So these treasures are usually in the form of money or checks, or if you have any other valuables that you would like to put into the box, that's fine too. But nothing that was there when you got married, okay? So I think Trickster showed up for a second. I'd like to just thank the Gyilak'yoo dancers for providing this opportunity for our school to be blessed by everyone. So it's awesome.
So this song is another older song that my grandmother Basak taught us as young ones, as young people. This song our family calls glad dancing, or that was the title that my grandmother had come up with. And as young ones and in our dance group, with our family dance group in Juneau, Alaska, we would use this song as an introduction song. And when Grandma and her and I talked about all the songs, we talked about needing an invitational, and she said that we could use this song for that reason. So I know we have a lot of Heislas in the house. We'll call out Beaver Clan as well, which is my crest as well, so I get to dance. That's not often I get to, but we'll be calling out the 4 main clans as well as the Lachtzimil. For those of you who don't have a clan, we'll be calling out Taniget at the very end, which means everybody. So we're all here to celebrate, to help fundraise for this beautiful school. I think it's awesome that they're using our indigenous ways of knowing and being to educate our young ones and to educate ourselves. And I think it's wonderful. There's a lot of talk about reconciliation and decolonization. This is a shining example of just that, because you can't have reconciliation without indigenization. We have to be in control of ourselves, our future, our own history, as well as our own education. So I really lift my hands up to Colleen and Kitsum Kalem for this beautiful school. And I really, when we were talking about it, before she finished the sentence and even asking me, I asked both Mike Yella and Nick, and I asked, what can we do to help? And so it's really important to us, which I'll share later on throughout the performance, but it's important for us to be able to give what we can. This is an old thing, to be able to reach into your own pocket and help. So this is our invitation. We'll be calling you guys out.
I gave them the $5.
Okay. Yo, 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 ha, 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 yo. Yo, 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 ho, ho, ah, yeah. Yo, ho, ho, ah, yeah. After that. Let's keep your building. Eagle flag. Yo, yeah. go to Colleen and the Copper Breakers. We hope you guys will let us know how much is there before the end of the performance.
How are all of you doing? How are all of you doing? Awesome. Am Zubin. Who said am? Raise your hand if you said am. All right, so I want everybody together. We're going to say real loud. When I say Indawalawalsam, you're going to say am, okay? Indawalawalsam. Oh, we am lahaudasam. Louder. Indawalawalsam. Oh, am Zubin. Am Willalosam. You all are doing very good. Adixagodu. Very proud of you all. Adixagodu Hatis Nusam. This next song that we are going to share with you, we have two women that we haven't brought out yet who are so excited to come to Kalem. You know, I don't know if it's just Kalem people talking about Kalem people, but these two women think that all the best looking men come from Kalem. Clap your hands if you agree. Oh, I guess it wasn't Kalem talking about Kalem then. So these two women have been so excited, especially for our Simshan and Haisla men. And this song in particular is a men's challenge dance, and these two women are going to be the judges. So anybody related to Dwayne, Stewart, used to be Grant, can come on out. Any men, his dad maybe, his grandfather maybe. We'll get some Haisla representation. Can we get two young men from the Haisla Nation to come out? Before I start calling names. Tina, which men from your community should be out here? Okay. Why? Come here. They're real gentle, I swear. They're real gentle. So can I get two men who are brave enough to come out? Oh, here we go. Woo! Oh, real Haislas. All I had to say is two brave men, and they came running out. All right, we got three. So can we get some Simshan representation? Some older guys from my nation. Any Simshan guys going to challenge these Haisla men? Oh, Dale. All right. I guess it wasn't true. I guess all those rumors must have been about Kitimat. Ooh, here we go. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Get ready to dance, guys. Waiwa. you only have one hickey. So I guess you chose back there, huh? Couldn't have them both. So that is our Wild Woman song. It's a nach nach that belongs to our son, our oldest son, Michael Daniel D'Angeli. And that song came about, we have in our Adawa, there's a lot of our nach nach songs that would come as a result of an encounter, and sometimes an encounter with a supernatural being. But then when all these other people started coming to our territories, we had nach nach about Chinese people. We had nach nachs about missionaries. We had nach nachs about all these different people that were new to our world. And for our son, when he was a young man, just barely into his teens, a person that was new to his world, he came from Mount Lacatla and stayed with us in Vancouver. And he was at a gas station with his dad. And I'm going to let Mike tell the rest of this. Nach nach. Got all the way to the gas station.
So, my son Michael was a preteen and was really excited about coming to Vancouver to carve with me and spend time in Vancouver in the big city, coming from Mount Lacatla, Alaska, of 1,200 people? We're about 1,200 people coming from a little village to the big city. We pull into Select, and he wants a Slurpee, so we're going to get a Slurpee, and as we're pulling my truck in, and this person of the night with a 5 o'clock shadow and about my height and in a large Adam's apple, dressed completely like a woman, asked my son, "Hey, you want a date?" And so Michael, being a little, a young boy, rolled up his window as fast as he could, and he was like, "Oh my God, Dad. And he was really afraid. He was scared. He wasn't sure if he ever wanted to come back to the city. So rather than ridicule him or tease him about this, we used it as a teachable moment. We talked about the problems of some people being so low and not having another way of being able to take care of themselves other than having to sell themselves. We talked about that. We talked about all the different gender, different sexes, all of those different things, but I also talked to him about fear. And I was taught, and we teach our sons, and we work with our dance group about that as well, about fear. It's our ancient way of being to confront those fears, not to get over them and say, I'm unafraid, but to have that respect, to be able to look at that fear and say, yes, I'm afraid of you, but I'm not going to run away. And so we took this dance, and my son now takes it as a power. He's always excited to see us dance. And of course, it's a way of changing the energy, getting people up and teasing each other. I really want to thank our Haisla relatives for coming out. Thank you. To my Gyilak'yoo relative over there, Carrie, you have a real stud muffin. With that, I'm going to turn the microphone back over to my wife to introduce this next song.
We am lahoudism. Oh, am seven. Good job. Glad to hear everybody's doing real good. So this song that we're going to share with you is a new song, and it came out of my master's thesis research at the University of British Columbia. In 2006, I wrote my master's thesis on a Tsimshian photographer named Benjamin Alfred Haldane. He started a portrait studio in my community of Mount Lacatla, Alaska in 1899. I didn't realize that at the time I was first started writing my work on him and doing my research, but he's considered the earliest professional indigenous photographer in North America, and he's Tsimshian. Benjamin Alfred Haldane. I feel like every Tsimshian person should know his name and his work. My book is going to come out about him soon. Benjamin Alfred Haldane, in our community, we refer to him as B.A. That was his nickname. And B.A. traveled all throughout Alaska and BC during the Potlatch Band. And he took photographs of people in the Nass, of Nisga'a people, and people all throughout our territories, including My community potlatching when we were told not to, when it was criminalized, made illegal, and we could have been prosecuted, thrown in jail, and our regalia confiscated. So this song, our photographer's song, we bring this history, we dance this history of B.A. Haldane's photographs, but we also talk about what is traditional. Because there's so many people telling us constantly, that's not traditional, this isn't traditional. But if our people were using photography to do our work in our potlatches and feasts, to take photographs of people and distribute them, their rights, the way that we are here today witnessing, those photographs traveled throughout the coast so other people could witness what was going on in our communities. That we ask, if our people were using photography by 1899 for those purposes as Tsimshian people, who's to tell us what is not our tradition? What is traditional for our people? It is an ancient tradition to accept the tools and technologies of the time that we live in to express ourselves as Tsimshian, as Haisla, as Tlingit, as Haida, all the other nations that we come from. So this is our photographer song. Thank you.
Oh!
Say hi,
just have a few more songs to share. I know we're running on Indian time. Oh, I got the phone. So, the first blanket dance, we raised $1,342.15.
Do we put the screen out there right now? We got to do something.
This next song is we've been wanting to bring here to Calum for some time now. We're bringing to life a new dance screen. My apprentice, Dwayne Grant, and I, and my sister, who's also my assistant, Mari Torazone, she's a master painter from Japan, and I worked on this. While Aksa and Tate sewed the screen for us, this song commemorates a very special moment in my dad's life. I see my sister and my brother are in the audience. Tammy and Dale are in the audience. This song commemorates a moment in our dad's life. Samagat Dalda, Chief Don Roberts, Jr. He makes his living as a fisherman. In fact, he's out fishing right now. He told me he's unloading his boat, so he'll be here this evening. He was telling me and Mike Yell, when we came up, we were sitting at him and my mom's dinner table, and he was talking about how he was fishing, and he saw his net bobbing up and down and bobbing up and down. And anybody who's been on a gill netter knows when that happens, that you caught a load of salmon, that's lots happening. And then he saw it shoot underneath the water, and he knew immediately that something had snagged underneath. And so he began rolling in and bringing in his net, and he saw all these orcas, these killer whales, swimming closer and closer, and he could hear them singing. And he got nervous because they were getting closer and closer, and anybody spending any time on the water knows that orcas have been known to scuttle boats. And as he noticed that killer whale getting closer and closer, he noticed as his net was pulling up that a baby orca had been caught in his gill net. And he felt so bad. He began talking to the baby, and he could see the mother coming closer and closer. And he was talking to it, and he said, I'm Killer Whale Clan as well. This is an accident. I didn't mean for this to happen. And he said, I'm going to set your baby free. And he was able to touch both the mother and the child at the same time. And he said that their skin felt like hard-boiled eggs. That's my dad. And he was touching it and talking to both of them. And he explained that he was going to cut the net, his very expensive net. And he could hear the mother singing to the baby. He could hear the rest of the orcas, the rest of their family, all singing. And then he was able to free it, and it was able to swim around his boat a couple of times, and then it swam off. That baby lived. This story inspired us, my wife and I, to compose this song and choreograph this dance and create this Noch Noch. I know it also inspired a children's book to be written in the language. What a beautiful way to grab onto things that we all hold dear, our young ones and our culture. Being able to use this as a tool to teach the language and for us to be able to dance this. This is our Killer Whale song, honoring my dad, Samagat Dalda, Chief Don Roberts Jr. And again, this is our first time bringing it home. And it means so much. We've been trying to bring it here for the longest time. And I look forward to being able to he's witnessed it in Vancouver, but to have it in your own home territory is a major blessing. So we'll be dancing this throughout the day. This is our Killer Whale song. Hey, hey. Yeah. Oh, Aksa, as I said, it means so much to be able to share that power, that beyond normal moment, that supernatural event that happened to my dad, and being able to dance it for my sister and my brother in the audience, and the rest of my dad's family, my mom, and of course, our beautiful relatives here in Calum, and to all of you, thank you for witnessing that. It means a lot to us. Our last Noch Noch in our series, we're going to be bringing out other masks this afternoon that we haven't brought out yet, so we're looking forward to that. Is my own personal song. The song was taught to me by my mother, Mahlit Ah, and my grandmother, Basach. In this song, my mother and my grandmother taught me when I was a little smaller than my niece Shantae here, to call upon the strongest of the four winds, the north wind. The north wind we use as a messenger to carry our prayers to the Creator, and the Creator uses this being to carry strength back to us. Now, I've seen this happen in my own life in 1991 when my Uncle Bill passed away. My Uncle Bill was my absolute hero. He taught me to read Leo the Lion. He was a Marine in Vietnam. He played for the University of Washington Huskies in 2 Rose Bowls. For those of you who don't know what the Rose Bowl is, that is the Stanley Cup of college football. He was my hero. And when he passed, not only did it leave a large hole in our family's heart, but it left a large hole in my heart. As some of our family were gathered in Metlakatla, Alaska, preparing for our journey to come to Prince Rupert and preparing for my uncle's journey, we began burning food and burning clothing and sharing songs so that he could feast and potlatch on the other side. And so my mother asked that I share a song, and this is the first one that came to my mind. The louder I sang, the stronger I sang, the stronger the wind and the waves became. And when I stopped, it too stopped. The following year, my father, Pat Hollywood Jr., and my other uncle, Don Hollywood, passed away in a boating accident just outside of our Tlingit family's village in Saxman, Alaska. And as we were preparing for their journey, again by burning food and burning clothing in Saxman, again I was asked to share a song, and the louder I sang, the stronger I sang, the stronger the wind and the waves became. And when I stopped, it too stopped. That was then that my family said that I needed to take this as a noch noch, as a power song, as a prayer song, to bring strength to those in need. So when my wife and I started this dance group over 13 years ago, this is one of the first songs that we sought permission from our family to use to add ourselves into this history. But it's so old, we've lost count of which one of our family members composed it. It's always just been part of our ceremonial wealth. But it didn't have any masks or dances to go with it. So my wife and I carved the masks, and she choreographed this dance. It's that wonderful marriage of the old and the new. Honoring our history, but also honoring the richness in our history of our present day people. This is our North Wind song. more songs to share, and again, we'll be sharing later on this afternoon. We look forward to being able to bring out other masks and seeing the other songs that'll be shared here today. This song we thought was super important to share today. This song comes from my grandfather's side, my grandfather Samagit Koye, the late Chief Reggie D'Angeli. And our Tzitzawat ancestors are the Dene-speaking Southern Athabascans of Southeast Alaska. According to anthropologists and archaeologists, we're supposed to be extinct, yet my son and I, my mother, and I know my Auntie Carolyn's here in the building somewhere, are living descendants of the Tzitzawat, which in itself is a huge victory. Our ancestors would sing this song when they returned home from combat, and they would laugh and taunt their enemies because they had survived. In recent history, my grandfather, a veteran of World War II, when he returned home, our family sang this song. My Uncle Bill, who I mentioned earlier, was a Marine in Vietnam, and when he returned home, our family sang this song. My two brother cousins, Ron D'Angeli and Frank Watson, served in the U.S. Marines and the U.S. Navy, and I myself served 10 years as a U.S. Army Airborne Ranger. When we returned home from our tours of duty in combat, our family sang this song. Not only do we continue to sing this song for our warriors and our veterans, but we sing it for our residential school survivors. We sing this song for our young ones when they graduate from Head Start to elementary school, to middle school, to high school, to college and university. Last November, my son and I hosted a potlatch for my wife when she graduated with her PhD, being the very first Aboriginal to hold a doctorate in the study of art history. Simplodum Nusum.
Students. Can the grade 4 students raise your hands? Grade 4 students. Oh, lots of grade 4s in here. So go ahead. Thank you, grade 4s. You can put your hands down. So when I was in grade 4, because I had such a hard time reading and writing that I'd get tested every single year. Teachers couldn't figure out what was going on with me. This was in the 80s, so there wasn't a lot of really specific tests as there are now. And when I was in grade 4, my parents were brought into the principal's office because they had been testing me from kindergarten to grade 4. And they told my parents, as principal, they broke the news to them that it was highly unlikely that I would ever graduate from high school. And now I have my PhD. And the reason they told my parents that is because I couldn't do math, and I wrote backwards, and my letters are written backwards. I would miss entire words in my sentences, and I could hardly spell. Does anyone know what dyslexic is? Has everyone heard of dyslexia? So I'm dyslexic, and I'm a very proud dyslexic. Dyslexia gives me the abilities that you see right here. My ability to verbalize what I'm thinking. My ability as an artist comes from my dyslexia. There are so many gifts that come with that way of being, which I think is really connected to our ancestors' way of teaching, verbally, by showing, by doing. And we share this with students especially, that no matter what learning disabilities you may have been diagnosed with, that those aren't disabilities, that they are abilities. And ask for help. Never be ashamed. Every time you raise your hand to ask for help in a class, you're telling all of your classmates around you that you want to do better, that you want to know this, that you want to be able to better your abilities in whatever subject you're asking questions about. I was able to get my PhD because I went to school early, I stayed late, And I had amazing teachers who I'm sure your teachers are here today who helped me. So I'm sharing with you my story because I think that for all of us, we need to claim that there's absolutely nothing wrong with asking for help. That when you ask for help, it gets you to that next goal that you want to achieve with your education. And I hope that this victory song that we share with you today, which we just recently sang when our son graduated from high school just last month, that we share this victory song with all of these students in here because we know how challenging education is. But just know that all of the people around you, our people, our communities, we believe in you. And ask for help if you need it, because in that help, we are telling you we support your educational goals.
We'd also like to claim victory
Go ahead on the other side.
Beautiful fundraising for the school. We're claiming victory that this school will be built, that we will continue decolonizing our education and moving forward with working with our young ones and all of our beautiful people and being a shining example of all that's happening. What's this? What's this? That's what that's, holy cow. Okay, so just today, we've raised $17,350. Getting closer to that victory.
We am the howdism, and dawalawalsam, and dawalawalsam. So this will be our exit song. We just want to say, Luam Guru, Nawal Nidsan. It's just been, it really makes our hearts happy to see all of you here today. Some Alga Nidsan, Sam Walsam.
Dancing again later on.
Go ahead.
This last song is an exit song that was gifted to my wife and I at our wedding potlatch 6 years ago by my Wexamil, Sean Dougal of the Yukon Dakukwan. And we'll be using this as our exit song. We look forward to being able to share more songs later on this afternoon. Hey, oh, hey, ah, hey, oh, hey, ah, hey, ah, 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 hey, ah, ah, hey, oh, ah, hey, oh, hey, ah, hey, ah, ah, hey, ah, hey, oh, ah, hey, oh, hey, ah, hey, ah, ah, hey.
Put your hands together for the high school dancers. So coming up next on our agenda is going to be the blessing of food. We're getting ready to feed you guys, and we're going to start that off with Miss Kim. Yeah. Say the prayer.
Who's from Gyilak'yoo and Stolo. I'd like to just announce that I'm going to turn over the microphone to our matriarch, Arlene Roberts, and I'm just going to ask her to say a few words about your lunchtime dance group who's going to be coming forward for you. And Kim Hoekstra, our teacher at the school in Gyilak'yoo, is going to be taking the classrooms out to get their lunch and then coming back so that we can enjoy the performances as they are happening, okay? So over lunch break, we'll have some beautiful dancing, and then after lunch, we'll have some more beautiful dancing from the Gyilak'yoo dancers. Enjoy your lunch. Hey, wasn't the Gyilak'yoo dancers good?
You guys are eating, so enjoy yourself. Yay, kids and Caleb! Yay! Yay, Colleen Austin! Yay!
So while you guys are out getting your lunch, I'll make a couple of quick announcements. Out here in the lobbyway, you will see that you can actually pay 50 cents. You're doing a fundraiser, 50 cents per ballot, and you can, I guess, throw a pie in either Sean or Steph's face. I guess, I'm not sure, but I would verify that, but they're doing a fundraiser there. Also, another quick one is that there's another fundraiser where they're actually doing tickets, $2 a ticket, or for $5 you can get 3 tickets, and you could possibly win $100 worth of scratch and lottery tickets. And again, that's a fundraiser going out there. All proceeds going to the new school here at Aksa Gyilak'yoo. So she's bringing them forward, I guess, and then, so there's eating and good.
She'll bring them forward. I'm just looking for Paulina to tell her something.
I'll see you.
10? Okay, so I need all you guys who are watching this, I need you guys to start counting down from 10. You guys all ready? Okay, I'm gonna say, okay, get ready. Get start, go. Okay, now that some of that helped, I need you guys to help clean up the mess here. So we got some towels here, we need to clean up some mess. Okay, no one can lick Sean's face. There's no licking of Sean's face. You have a what? Another what?
Hot dog.
A hot dog. I don't have hot dogs. Yep. There we go. Help clean it up. Make sure it's all nice and good. Yep. Yep. Clean it up all nice and good. Oh. We got a little bit over here. Right. And okay, there's some more over here. We're just gonna make sure we get it all so that way that when the dancers come out, they don't stick to the floor. Yeah.
We're going to have to catch the party. My
Okay.
dad
Hey, I invited everyone to have a quick seat, find a place to sit down. Because we're getting ready for our next installment. We're going to have our Arlene Roberts is going to be showing up, and she's going to have the Skeena River Dancers that's going to come up here, and that's going to be a treat. So we just need everyone to who's going to watch this to sit down, and she's going to get ready. Oh, here she is. She has to put on her hat. That's one thing about women I found out. They don't go out without their hats. The hats and the shoes, they have to match, right? No? Maybe? Here she comes. So, do you want the mic? Do you want the mic? There you go.
Yeah, can you get one out forward a little bit?
The what?
Pull one out a little more for one of mine. It's probably right here.
Pull the...
Microphone, I'll just go up to it so I'm not...
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, let's see your dancers. Wasn't your pie in the face awesome? Yeah! Weren't the hot dogs yummy? Yeah! Deal. We're gonna do a few songs for you guys while Mike and his group, that's my son Mike, the one on the big drum, while him and Michael and my grandson on for over 300 years. Almost 400 years now, and it's sung from California to Alaska. And its entrance song goes like this. Now our second song is a paddle song, it's a journey song, and it's a healing song. And in Niska, we say Gyilak'yoo, and in Susian we say Gyilak'yoo, and that's actually a word for Tlingit. And my granny Sarah, long time ago, when the world was flat, she told me that it means the people who left, but they looked over their shoulder while they were leaving. Anyway, so this is where this song comes from a dear, sweet friend we've known all our lives, Willie Jackson, say one, from Ketchikan, Alaska. He blessed us with this song. And it's a paddle song, and it's a journey song, and it's a healing song. And we use it for our survivors, and as well those who have gone on into the real world. drums and all their rattles about almost 7 years ago. And anyway, when we first started out, we were doing workshops together on regalia, and they made all their best. And then they decided they wanted to make regalia. So then we started on the regalia, and then they wanted to dance, so we started on the dancing and the drumming, and then they needed drums and rattles, so then they made their own drums and rattles, which is pretty exciting with that. It's pretty nice. So anyway, our happy dance song was where we really started busting the move. And there's about 4 more of our dancers who couldn't make it today, but anyway, so we busted. This is how we learn to work together, is by watching me, and that's what the happy dance song is about. So anyway, I'm Arlene Roberts, and I'm King Colette and Kids and Calum.
Gyilak'yoo ta tümşen kikara
Colleen, you're just amazing and wonderful, and we really appreciate all the stuff that you're doing with that. And we really bless you every single day for your kindness and your foresight, and to have us all gather like this is just wonderful. So we look forward to tonight with that. So give Colleen Austin a big hand. Yeah, thanks, Colleen! Okay, well, that's it for us, and we're just going to drum out or drum over. And once again, sing this Gyilak'yoo, Hawasalam for this day.
as well as 2 high school students. I was going to leave this comment for the end of the day, but I really need to tell you that Charlotte and the board and the staff have all worked very hard to create the independent school here in Kitson-Kalem. And this is a vision that's long been in the making, but we're here now, and tonight we get to celebrate issuing the Dogwood diplomas to 2 of our grade 12 students right here from Kitson-Kalem. Tonight is going to be a piece of history. I hope that you will be able to make it. There is no charge for the event. Please just come if you feel called to be with us tonight to celebrate and honor the hard work that's being done to create this dream. The dream has come as a result of a lot of blessings, and we're so thankful and so grateful for that. So I invite you to please join us tonight. Doors open at 5:30. We really look forward to seeing you again. I'm going to just turn the last part of our agenda, our event today to celebrate National Aboriginal Day with you to the Gyilak'yoo dancers from Vancouver. Toyaksik Nisa.
Well, in the meantime, we actually have, I guess, Looney entrance, Looney assist. What does that say? Looney auction. There we go. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. I'm trying to read it, so it's kind of like.
It does say entrance.
Yeah, Looney.
And baked goods.
Well, I guess. Anyway, what's happening is they've fundraised $800 so far. And baked goods, they raised $400 so far. And there's still some more back there, right? So, if the hot dog didn't do enough for you, hey, go back there and get some goodies. The what? Bake sale sold out. Bake sale is done. Too late, sorry, that's the way it goes. And in case you're wondering, this kind of is a filler. The what? The Looney auction is still going, but if you noticed here on the back wall, you see something that looks like giant checks. And that's just the beginning of several things that are going on. Could you grab me one of those just so I could show them what they look like? There we go. Here we go. So what it is that back here, on the wall, you'll see giant checks, and those are pledges that have already been submitted to the school. And so what they did is they actually say the name of the artist and what the item is and what the value that artist puts on it. And while we're here, because Mike doesn't promote himself too much, that's the thing. So we wanted to put it out there to show you that mask that Mike was talking about. This is a mask that Mike actually donated to the school. And if you notice, 1/2 is carved. And that shows that, if you remember, he said it was for the
Human. It's the human face and another human inside of it as well.
and that's on one side. And then if you look at the other side of it, it's actually kind of blank. Why is that, Colleen?
Mike did something really neat. Because this is a school fundraiser, he has put chalkboard paint on one side, and you'll notice the word "neat" on there. That means hi or hello in Somalia, but you can write whatever you want on it. So it's really neat. And I'd also like to just mention too, obviously Mike can explain this a lot better than I can, but these are traditional designs, very traditional designs that are on this. And I'm hoping that through the understanding of the art pieces that we can all start to understand more about the history and the culture of all of the nations, and that we can use these moments of time to really get to know what the history is in reality and through the art pieces. And we're very, very fortunate to have someone like Mike. Mike was the very first artist to step up to make the pledge for this auction. And he calls this a small mask. And I'm sure that he has a good reason for that. We might actually see why here very shortly. So thank you.
So put your hands together for the high-tech dancers.
Even though this is a celebration and a gathering, and specifically since my matriarch is here today, it's really important for us to, especially for our young ones. I've been dancing since I was smaller than this little guy here, my nephew Kale. And I'm very grateful for his mom and her children to call me and Mike Yell auntie and uncle. And I need to, our young Kale here is only 7, and he ran across the dance floor as my mother's group was still dancing. And he's right in the middle of the floor, and he's still learning. But we wish to take care of that before we take the floor, as this is a good teachable moment for my little nephew here. We're not embarrassing him, we're teaching him about the safety and the sacredness of that dance floor, especially when dancers are on the floor. And we always talk about that, so we need to practice what we preach. And so I'm really grateful to my dear Thlimpti, my sister here, Helen, even though I know this is making her very emotional and is embarrassing, but we're saying it's a teachable moment, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We take responsibility for our dancers. We make sure that we look after them, and we're teaching our dancers, both my wife and I, to look after each other. So my little nephew wishes to apologize to Mahlita, my mother Arlene Roberts, and the Skeena River Delta dancers for running over. He didn't mean to. He's still learning. Good job, Kale. Kale, come here, buddy.
Yeah, this is a really good opportunity, like y'all were saying, it is a real teachable moment, and this is how we learn, this is how we teach. You don't wait until a month from now and put it on a note to them. You know, you say it now, you do it now, you cleanse it now, you apologize now with that, and that's how we've been able to go since time immemorial with that, because we're able to clean things up and do things now, in the now, be responsible now. And so that's something that I'm really proud of Mike and Mikey and the dance group, because everything is a teachable moment, and it is really, really, really hard, and it is really difficult on the parents with that. We've had 4 generations when we were growing up in our dance group, my mom's dance group. And there were times where I got corrected with Mike apologizing. When Mike used to be small, right? He actually used to be this size. And so there were a couple times in public where where my mom's had to do this with that. So, and he turned out all right, huh? So, yeah. So, but I've seen this, so thank you, and I admire you. I admire you for stepping up. You're a good mama. Thank you. Give him a hand.
Thank you for allowing us to take care of that little business. As my mom, I was saying, we need to make sure we took care of it now and not a month later on Facebook. Although I love Facebook, I love our social media. If you're taking photos and stuff, I forgot to say that the last performance, there's a poster in the hallway with the proper spelling of our dance group name. We love our social media. That's actually how we get a lot of our stuff done. It's at Gyilak'yoo or at Mike D'Angeli. Feel free to tag us in all the photos and video that you guys shared here today. Are you guys ready for a second performance? Awesome. So we're we won't bring out too many, we won't be here too long, but we brought out some songs and dances we haven't brought out the last performance. And we'll be having more tonight as well at the graduation that we haven't brought out today. It was really important. I really want to thank all of you and your beautiful work. Thank you guys for bringing this up here. It means so much for us. We're going to share our peace song again just to show that we are treading softly, that there's no hard feelings between and our dance group with that we've taken care of. It's been fixed. Thank you for that. Cindy, that's your grandson. Thank you for witnessing that. I look after your grandson. You know, he calls me Uncle Mike and Mike yell Auntie, and we take that very seriously. So I want to make sure I said that to you publicly, close to home. So Colleen, I really need you and your staff to pay attention to this next song. As I said before, I know you guys are started your dance group. And is Sean here? There he is in the back. You need to come forward there, right?
Come on, Sean.
You gotta watch this one close too. When Colleen and I met in Vancouver, I told her I had a song for their dance group here at the school. I've given this song away to a number of different dance groups, and this is one of the first songs that we had, and the masks that we've created. You might as well make your way down over here, Colleen and Sean. We'll just have you guys over here to be able to witness, or with my mom, having a seat, because I'm publicly gifting this song to the school so that they have a mask dance to go along. You can sit with Sean if you like, you get the front row. And one of my dancers, Shannon Rose King, who's like a very dear, her family I just love so much, she's like a sister to me, is going to be dancing one of our masks that we've had for a long time, and it's actually my own personal mask that our group has used. One of my former apprentices made it for me, and she's going to dance this mask the last time with the Gyilak'yoo, and this is going to be now your guys' mask for your school's dance group. We'll talk more about that after, okay? that mask out. Her and her daughter were the first and the last ones. On behalf of the Gyilak'yoo dancers, Simflotum, Newsom, and myself, go ahead and come on out, guys, real quick. On behalf of our Gyilak'yoo family, my wife and myself, we give this song to you guys for your school to teach the young ones, to teach in your dance group. And I really hope that this spurs on other carvers to give you guys masks for your dance group. If not, we got to talk about bringing me up here to do a class. So I'm going to ask my Slimpy to give you guys the mask. Did you guys want to say anything? We'll give you this microphone. Here you go, Colleen.
I am deeply touched. I'm actually, there are a lot of ancestors with us right now, feeding the spirit that's within me. I can't believe this is being live cast. But I am so grateful. I know that Charlotte and Sean are here to always support me too and to support the staff of the school. The blessings that we receive are just second to none. I can't believe this. I was absolutely not expecting this. And I have to tell you that we are deeply, deeply honored. And I know that our children in the school are going to be feeling the blessed peace that has been given to us, that's been given to us in honor of all of the things that we wanted to receive but never ever thought they would ever happen. We have an incredible energy that's carrying us forward that I certainly had never thought we would have. And right now, I just feel like we're on the wings of birds just moving forward, and we're heading off to places far and wide. And I know that we have so much to learn ourselves, but what's beautiful is that just like the Gyilak'yoo dancers and all of you who have been here to help us today, we have a lot to teach others and to share with others. There's so much richness in these treasures, and we will treat them with respect. We will treat each other with respect and honor, and I know that our dance group will always, always remember this moment. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
There's a lot of love in that mask because that's traveled all over the world with us, and I'm glad it's found a new home to inspire and to make other masks. So we'll talk later. So to continue on with the love and everything, we're going to bring out our favorite Tamesome again. And let's see if my mom can hold onto her phone and hat just a little bit harder this time. This song was composed by my Kilauea David Nelson III in Metlakatla, Alaska, and he's gifted his song. It commemorates Tamesome, who's our absolute, we have so much to thank for Tamesome. He represents the very best of us, the very worst of us. So without any further ado, here is Tamesome.
Oh,
Boy, I've never seen anybody wrestle Tameson like that before. Good on you. That's awesome. Let's give him a round of applause. So if you lost something, please come and grab it. For the purses and wallets, we thank you for the $20. Just joking. Yago sabiks. I'm just joking. Both of Dwayne's siblings lost stuff. Can we give them a round of applause, please, for being such good sports? This next song is a newer, older song. This song is about my son, Nick. When Nick was born, the marconium bag broke open, and marconium stick like molasses and peanut butter, and it got in his hair, got in his eyes, his ears, finally started to fill his nose and his lungs, and we nearly lost Nick. As I was able to stand over him and wash him off as he was in the incubator, I sang every song that I knew. One, to welcome him into this world, and two, to talk him into staying here. And as I began washing him and washing off the marconium, it stained his fingernails and toenails copper. And to us, as we know, copper is a sign of wealth, of power, of prestige. Only the noblest people are allowed to possess a copper shield. You have to earn the right to have it on your regalia or even tattooed on your skin. I said he was my little copper boy, a gift from William Gyilak'yoo. And at my first potlatch in Seattle, Nicholas received his Simshian name, Gabahayetsk, baby copper, little copper. And I carved this mask with my then teacher, David Boxley, and composed this song to commemorate this supernatural event. A few years ago, when Nick was 16, he received his Nishkat name, his adult name, and was taken in by Kian and Emily Tate so that he would have a Nishka family. Because he's Nishka through me, but we're matrilineal. So he would always have ties, and I'm really grateful to Kian and his family. So Nicholas also holds the name Gyilak'yoo Hayetsk, the backbone of the copper. It is through Gyilak'yoo Hayetsk Ada Gabahayetsk, Ada Nick D'Angeli, that we're allowed to use his song. This is Gabahayetsk. This next song, my Ama Basam Nachs will introduce, my beautiful wife. I'm so grateful that she's here. Just thankful she's here. I get tongue-tied even after 13 years. I still get tongue-tied after 13 years.
We should actually sing our love song since we're all set up.
Oh, yeah. I need a rattle. I got one. So, this song, as I shared with Robert in our interview yesterday, my wife and I took a Somalia immersion course in Prince Rupert. My wife, for the longest time, was a professional student. Almost entirely our whole relationship, my wife's been in school. And it's always so beautiful to watch her, and I hear her type, and I swear, because I'm Beaver Clan, I swear that she's singing a beaver song every time she types, because it sounds like beaver teeth. That is it, right? So, my wife attacked that Somalia immersion class like a professional student. She was there, go boom. She was all excited about doing it. Me, I used it as an opportunity to flirt and hit on her in the language. Obviously, it worked.
He acts like it was real quick. It wasn't.
I
dated for 7 years before I would be engaged. She breathed real hard in the microphone.
sorry. So
the class started to catch on, and just to pay our respects to our teachers. So the class was organized by Margaret Anderson, Dr. Margaret Anderson of UFBC, and some of our teachers included Dolan Nelson, Doug Brown, Teresa Lauder, and many other amazing Somalia speakers from many different dialects. And the interesting part about that is they never made dialects an issue. They said it's always good to know the different ways our community speaks in Somalia, but don't be hard on each other or yourselves if you're not speaking just in your community's dialect. We all should be very happy that we're just speaking Somalia. And in that class,
in that class,
they started to catch on that he was just rifling through all of the notes and trying to figure out another way to
all the good stuff.
conversations into innuendo and also other ways of hitting on me. Like, he was really excited in Doug Brown when Mike said, does Samantha go mean sweetheart? And he said, it could. And so now he uses that all the time, Samantha go for sweetheart. So this song came out of sharing with our teachers pretty much all the ways I was turning him down. And all the ways he was coming back and not going along with my game of hard to get.
Yep. And I have some really great people to use as an example. I mean, I have my family, but Gomez Adams and Pepe Le Pew, those guys are max, man. And so this song was actually inspired, and it's funny that I was actually wearing this shirt during our interview yesterday. My wife saw the pictures, and she was like, oh my goodness, I can tell you dressed yourself. I was wearing a Johnny Cash t-shirt and my hat in my interview. I didn't bring dress clothes. I figured we'd be wearing regalia the whole time. But anyway, this is inspired by those awesome guys like Pepe Le Pew and Gomez Adams, and of course, the man in black, Johnny Cash, and June Carter Cash. They had an awesome banter between the two of them. So, Somalia Gyilak'yoo boy. Speak to me in Sipshan real slow. Hey you, hey you, hey you, hey you, hey you, hey you, hey you. Local ama bus. You're so beautiful.
Oh, well, Gyilak'yoo, just joking. As was some Jutsa, he's a real good-looking guy, eh? Oh, some people know.
Samantha, and sequence me. I love you, sweetheart.
In secret to hear some wee words, and I love you too, you big Bruce.
Hey you, hey you, hey you, hey you.
And I married him 8 years, 9 years, 7 years later.
I'll give her the last word.
She was so excited she forgot to introduce the next song. See, I still leave her a little fun fact.
Yes, this one time at NASCAR, I've been dying to say that ever since I went to one NASCAR. So this song that we're going to share with you is one that we shared in our last performance, and it was the reception. We could feel the energy of the audience when we shared this song, our photographer song. And as I shared, the adult of this song, this Lumi, is that a Tsimshian photographer named Benjamin Alfred Haldane started a portrait studio in my community of Navakata, Alaska in 1899. And he was the focus of my master's thesis. And I only really knew his work through photos that he'd taken of my grandmother. And it was through doing this work, this research, I was able to repatriate his images. Just as everything that we do as Indigenous people is collected by museums and archives, his photographs were mostly collected by the National Archive in Washington, D.C. They were far removed from our community when I started my master's thesis research. So I was able to bring them back, to repatriate them through exhibitions, through making prints available to his family members. And the power of B.A. Haldane's photography really lied during the potlatch ban. As I'm sure everyone in this room knows, from 1884 to 1951, it was illegal for us to do what we're doing right now, to gather as First Nations people, and especially to sing our songs and dances. And although this is not a feast or a potlatch, it's still ceremony. So what we're doing right now is illegal. It's only really been legal for about 3 or 4 generations now. B.A. Haldane's photography, he went to communities teaching music. He was an amazing composer, and he led brass bands and orchestral bands. And during that time, he was in the Nass River, and there's a photo in the Niska Museum, that big photo of actually a woman chief surrounded by men also in their regalia covered in eagle down. That is B.A. Haldane's photograph. So he was taking photos of our people potlatching during the potlatch ban, and those images circulated throughout communities to show what was going on. It was our way that our people continued to potlatch in secret, but to make sure, just as we do now when we have many witnesses, those photographs acted as witnesses and transferred that knowledge the way that we do when we speak about everything that we witness at our potlatches. And when I was researching his photography, one, I feel like every Tsimshian in the room should know that B.A. Haldane was the first professional Indigenous photographer in North America. That's what my research revealed, and he was Tsimshian. It's a lot to be proud of. And that too, our people, and I've seen this in museum collections across the world, the way that every type of material, every type of cloth, all sorts of beads, but even flour sacks and sugar sacks were turned into regalia. Anything that our people got our hands on, now it's really popular to repurpose things, to recycle and repurpose it and turn it into something else. I feel our people are the originators of repurposing. There's so much regalia in museums that comes from everything that came into our hands through trade. And that technology, the technology is the same. So we went from using stone, beaver tooth adzes to steel adzes, and this photography. If our people were using photography to express ourselves as Tsimshian people by 1899, everything from your iPhone video recording to the book, to the camera you're holding right there, everything that we do as Tsimshian people is an expression of who we are. And tradition, the word traditional, can actually be used in more of an abusive way than it does to lift up all the things that we do as Tsimshian people and all the technologies and different types, different colors of regalia, different materials for regalia. So just know that our people have an ancient practice of making our contemporary existence traditional by incorporating all these tools and technologies to express who we are. And this is why we love to share our photographer's song, because it speaks to that.
Our last knock. We just have a couple more songs to share. This one again is one that was taught to me by my mother, Mashlit Allah, and my grandmother, Basa. To call upon the strongest of the four winds, the north wind, The north wind we use to carry our prayers to the Creator, and the Creator uses His being to carry strength back to us. As I shared before, this is a very old song, but with new masks and a new dance to go with it that my wife choreographed and I carved the masks. We say this because it was inspiring that my family let us add ourselves to the history of this. And I really thank my mother, Mahlitza, for respecting that and allowing us to do that. I hope that all of you who are here to witness this, that the Creator continues to shine His or her love and light in your life, that Colleen and your staff, the teachers, the people that support you, we sing this song for the work that you have to do to build this school, because that's just the beginning of the work. And we hope that Samagalaha continues to give you guys strength and courage to see this through all the way through the end. I have no doubts that you guys will succeed. So it's with that we ask the Creator for those prayers and send them back as strength to you and your staff and our community here for making this happen. This beautiful chance to, as I said before, indigenize our educational system. So this is our Northwind song. We're going to share our victory song again, just because it's such it means so much to be up here, to be able to come home for our dance group, to come to my parents' village, my father's village, to come and see relatives and family and friends who mean so much, and getting people saying, oh my God, I see you on Facebook and I follow you, or we follow your dance group, and it's nice to meet each other face to face. I'd also, with Kale and Helen, I'm grateful for that teachable moment. For my 50, my sister Helen, and my nephew Kale. This is how we do it, and I'm glad we did it in such a kind and gentle way, because there's been times when I've been corrected publicly when it hasn't been so kind and gentle. And I really think that that's a great lesson for all of us when we make a mistake, to stand up, to have our parents and family stand with you. I'm really grateful to both of them and their contributions and their gifts of love and gift of family. I really want to sing this victory song for them as well. And I know there's one of my father's relatives was talking about her family, who has a veteran in their family as well, and I really send that out. It's taken me a long time to get where I'm at. I haven't always been this way. When I came home from my tours of duty, I was a very angry man. And it was through our culture, through singing, through dancing, through learning the language, through learning where I fit within the cosmos of being a human being, that I found my way back. I'm grateful to my grandfather, Samagat Koye, and my grandmother, Aksa, Reggie and Louise D'Angeli, and my mother, Mahlita, for putting a drum in my hand, making me dance, and reminding me that I have two sons that I need to stand up for, to teach and guide and break that trail, and lots of nieces and nephews. And it means a lot to be able to do this. It means a lot to claim victory over those things. We all, as Indigenous people, we've had so much trauma on us. We've had so many ugly things thrusted upon us. You heard my wife talking about just within the last, we've been able to do these things for the last less than 60 years or 60 years or so. And the fact that we have so many young ones and that you guys are still here, it's so beautiful. It's beautiful that we have pride in our culture. It's super, that was a message that I shared with my wife Sean and Colleen, that we talked about that we talked about the pride in holding our heads up high. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We have an unbroken line, even though there's been times it's been almost erased. Our people have been here since time immemorial. We are of this land, and that is a huge victory. And the fact that we're still practicing our culture and our traditions means so much. So it's with that we continue claiming victory over everything that's in our lives, indigenizing our education. What a beautiful idea. The fact that we're still coming together, we're meeting over dinner and finding out that we're related, you know, and it's beautiful to have all of that, to be able to stand up, hold our heads high, and being proud of being Tsimshian, Nishka, Giksan, Haida, Haisla, Taltan, Tlingit, Gyilak'yoo, or from across the mountains to our relatives over that way. It's our day, you know, but every day is our day. And you know, it's National Aboriginal Day, and in Vancouver I say Happy Us Day. So Happy Us Day to all of you. Continuing to be proud of who you are and walking however you can, as my wife said, and as we shared, our culture is living, breathing, just like us. And we need to add to it and remember some of the things and hold them dear, but we also need to be gentle how we share that. So I claim victory over all of that, and I thank you all for being here in this moment with all of us. This is our victory song. So we perform a lot. In fact, we've had 18 performances before getting here and doing the 3 today. But just in the last couple of weeks, we did 18 performances in the Lower Mainland. And so that's Somalia aerobics, eh? But I'm so grateful to our dancers, Dwayne Grant, Ellen Stevens, Dale Smith, FU, Shannon Rose Vickers, or King, excuse me, Shantae King, Joyce Wesley, and her baby Tutu. Her dad's around here, there he is. My cousin Kodiak there, Tutu's dad, and my wife Mike Yell, and of course my son Nick. We're so grateful. We have, again, more to share this evening, a few songs that we haven't brought out yet. We keep going into our box of treasures and bringing lots out here. But again, System, Ulaf Chish, Hawa, Gyilak'yoo, Madu, Magwech, Tanzi, Masi Choi, Aichka, Shishi, Gracias, Mercy, Baku. All the beautiful ways we say thank you. We'll be exiting with one of our Clinket songs, Ahue. I'll exit some. Ahue, Ahue, hoo, hey, hoo, hey, 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 hey.
All right, put your hands together again. Come on. Tell me how much you appreciate it. Now I'm going to go wandering with the mic here because I'm supposed to do a loony.
Yes, we have a basket to give away right now, so hang tight.
Okay, so I got to walk this way to find out where we're going to go to do something. So we'll see how far this microphone actually walks. Kind of, how come everyone's looking at me funny? Is it afraid I'm going to talk to them? Or am I actually going to leave or not? So here we go. Okay, so you guys can still hear me there, right? And so what are we doing here? A copper pennant, okay? And it's going into one bag is going into a bigger bag. And we're scrolling it around now. And I think they put a couple curses or something on there. And then Sharon's here. She's going to be doing it. She's a drawer, I guess, or? Okay, so, she's reaching in. You know, we got to go. Okay, here we go. Yeah. I got to announce it, okay? So, Mike? Or M? So I would say, what's Mike's name again? McQuell? Yeah, McQuell. McQuell one. Miguel, come on up, come get your covers up. Come on. What's your name that's there? Okay, you count that one out? Do a new one or? Okay, that one's in there. Okay. I figure I wouldn't get in so much trouble with so many women around here. But, okay, and then we'll pay. So the other copper penny. So we had one, now this is another one. Now, this one is better than the first one? Or is it? No? No, they're the same. Okay, they're the same but different. Okay, good. Okay, so, shaking that. Okay, and then Sharon. Okay, she's shaking. Now, you can put some hip movement in that, you know. Oh, Annabelle's there. Okay, Annabelle's going in. Okay, so Annabelle's reaching in. And it is Canoe. Don't know her? No, we don't know a Canoe? No, there's no I don't see a Canoe here. Okay, and then we're going on to the next one. Now this next one is, what is this next one? Infant small, okay. Does that come with a baby or anything like that? No? Oh, okay. Or it's too flat for a baby, okay. Okay, we're shaking again. Okay, here we go. Annabelle's reaching in, and she pulls out a name, and it says, it's kind of a funny name. Okay, here we go. Nina Bolton. have like turquoise on them, and they look kind of yummy. And okay, name of the pig. What's in there? Is who? Mickey Wells. Mickey Wells, you want some cupcakes? It's okay to share. Just let you know that. Okay. And then now we got First Nations Parent Club T-shirt and a water bottle because you're gonna need them to chase the kids all around the place. Oh, and she's shaking and shaking and shaking. Okay, and then she's reaching in, and okay, the name comes out, and it's Faith Wayne. Faith won a T-shirt and a water bottle. Okay, and next one up is more cupcakes. These ones are striped cupcakes, pink and turquoise and more pink with little sprinkles on top. Oh, and they're really working on that shape of that thing. Okay, here we go. Who's it? Brian Grant. Okay. And so that one's good. Okay, and then now we're going on the next one here, which is a First Nations mug, travel mug, because that's good because, they always travel. And, okay, she's shaking. Okay. We're surrounded by all kinds of volunteers here. And, okay, they're reaching in. And, okay. And that is Nina Bolton. Wow. Okay. I know so. And so what we got? How many more we got here? About 3 or 4? 3 or 4, okay. 5 more, okay. This is the countdown. 5. Purse and bath accessory. Okay. So, okay, what's actually okay? La Diva is the name, okay? Oh, and we got, okay, here we go. There's a draw, and the name is Cynthia Stevens. Cynthia Stevens is the winner of a purse and bath accessory. Okay, and the next one coming up here as we count the names. Okay, this is a T-shirt with it's like a little whale, or looks like a little whale, but maybe we can get Mike to he can actually tell us what it's all about. Here we go, and they're reaching in. And we've got another names coming up here. Okay, and who it is? Brian Grant. So that just shows you what happens, you put a little in, you may win something. So, okay, here we have is that a hat or 2? What's actually the difference between the 2? 2 covers your ears? No? Okay. Canadian, okay, so it's a 2. Okay. So it's a 2, it's got a little bunny top on the top and bunny tail there, and who's the winner here? Carmen Stewart, winner 2. Okay, here we go. And then we have 2 more here. We got another shirt. There's gonna be some smart dressed people around here. Oh, yep, that's it, yep. And okay, they're reaching in. Okay, and the name is Fish. I don't have my glasses. Selena Fish with the last 0, 1, 2, or 3 is your cell number. Here we go. And we got the last one. This is the last one. How come that one is so much fuller?
Is it even on?
Seafood basket. What's in that seafood basket?
Huh? Nice. I want to win this.
Now, the winner of this, just to let you know that it's okay to share. There's nothing wrong with sharing at all. Roll on a diet. So, okay, you're shaking. And this is for the last one. And shaking really hard here. Okay, swirl the hand around. And here we go. And then the name is, looks like Rena Roberts. By the looks of it, Rena Roberts is by the name of that one. Okay, so yay, that was the mini auction. Okay, so I'm making my way back through the hallway. I'm not sure if anything's have to do because I have to verify everything. Usually that's a good thing to do.
chosen